Yo, Legendary Ho. Thank you for the 8-month subscription. Appreciate it, man. Almost made a baby. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Maybe I can add a spoil back. Just reduce the white space. Yeah, I'm not too bad. Had some housework that I needed to help with this morning, just like streaming later. So good. I'm a shit streamer. Also, you know, I talk to too many people in like the FF community. Like, I wouldn't be able to think of anything that's like unique to me. I'd probably just feel like I'm stealing their ideas. I mean, even Morning Crafts have like sub badges. I watch a lot of FF streams, so like, I can't really think of anything unique. Could have materia, but I don't know. I feel like having materia as sub badges is more like a combo runner thing. Because like, I don't know. To me, having materia sub badges is kind of like presumptuous. It's like, oh, you must know all about every materia in the game. Oh, I don't, because I've never ran on them, so. That could work. I don't really say I'm like I wouldn't really say I'm like an established runner with Dynamite Head or anything, but it's not a bad idea. You got a F5, Freddy. You gotta reload the page. Happens a lot on Twitch. You get gifted a sub, but you sub yourself, and like, it just doesn't show up until you reload manually, or just like hit F5 or whatever. It's weird, like, other people can see this updated from their end, even if they're in stream before you subbed, but it still, like, just doesn't show up on your end. Sometimes it's weird. Yeah, I always feel weird about that. Apart from your ex, of course. Can't fault you there. Yeah, KRD redeemed that yesterday, but I didn't get around to doing it until after stream. I was like, oh wait, yeah, I was supposed to honour that redemption. Yeah. It makes more sense when I already have one, because you can always see it, and you're like, okay, that's what it means. Well, I don't have, like, a blank space or, like, a text component. Sorry, if I don't have, like, a blank text component, or even, like, an existing text component. No. Absolutely not. Although that is an easy way to redeem getting timed out or getting banned. I guess that can be my timeout redemption. But if you really go overboard, then you just allow yourself to get banned. Yeah, I know, I know. Put these free. Yeah, I need it. Okay, well I'm glad I did that now. Holy shit. Almost as much damage as a bolt, and it's like much faster from that crit. For a cloud attack crit, that's not particularly great though. It means he's low roll. That's equivalent to like a 39 or like a 40. Unless this crits, there's no chance. And if it crits, then I'll probably have to hold onto the breaker anyway. Yeah, no, there's no way. 64. It's that. 34. 33. I'll bring it down. Pay attention to how close Sparrow is to eliminate. Please. Okay. Cloud attack for 22, yes, so I think we're good, perhaps. That's good enough. It's gonna be a far cry. Sorry, it's gonna be a far cry from the 2218 we had yesterday. 2218 700. But I mean, you know, that's a unicorn anyway. That's like an insane pace. Even MC's like pogging if he gets a pace like that. I shouldn't expect a pace like that at all. That was just like insane. Naturally, the runs of style will like give it like really shit on you later on. Not all the time, but enough times for it to be a meme. I actually do know like a funny story in this context in regards to a speedrun I know, but I'm not going to disclose it. It is funny to think about though. It's not exactly what we're talking about, but it's adjacent to it. I'm pretty sure I didn't get a potion drop. I'm gonna check my YouTube bot here. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I didn't. Like, normally I remember if I do. Occasionally I forget. Let's outrun Barrett here. Yeah, no potion. Okay, I'm gonna compare to my real PB splits for the pace spells. Let's not be lying to the pace spells either, because it is my actual splits. Yeah, okay, Ali. It's very rare that I have a day when I'm feeling like particularly creative. But it was like a random day towards the end of 24. I was like, you know what? My emotes. I've been told that scarf, and I should be like, yeah, I know the scarf, but I don't care. But like, there was just one night I was like, you know what? I am actually going to clean these up a bit. I do occasionally have days when I'm feeling creative like that. Like, they're very rare. That part of my brain is normally like pretty dormant. It exists. And, you know, I'm not like a good artist or anything, but like I do have that part of my brain. It's just normally keep it like buried away most of the time for some reason. I did study graphic design in school. I don't particularly like get a good grade or anything, but you know, I passed. I have done work on it. Bob's your uncle. Oh, and we got the run back animation. That's good. No problem. Wait, you mean that kind of Hoover, or do you mean like a vacuum? A vacuum cleaner, not a vacuum. Vacuum. Gives elastic string that sucked up and wrapped around the hair thing. Oh yeah. Shit's always great. It's normally like one of my biggest worries when like her hoovering up stuff. I mean, I've never had a particularly expensive one. I mean, Hoovers are like expensive by default, but I've never had one that's like, you know, top of the line. I still worry about like breaking it. I'm just gonna turbo through this. Fuck the mash. Okay, should have mashed. Should have mashed, or I should have used a Dr. Masho. Okay, well. I've increased the height on my chair, so like my voice should be like more direct towards the mic. So I'm gonna turn my noise suppressor back on here. Let me know if it's too quiet. I mean, I need to speak for you guys to know if it's too quiet or not. Yeah. So you go to audio. You guys can't see it. It's -12, but it doesn't let me go any lower than that. So I'm gonna have to do it on the OBS end, I'm pretty sure. Okay, runs invalid. Whatever. Okay, 96 kilohertz. Is it too quiet now is the question. If it's too quiet, we can adjust from here. I've just changed the sampling format. Like as I've said, like I couldn't reduce the volume before, but okay, that's great. Okay. I guess save the profile for later. I mean, that was a section that was just mashing, and we're using turbo, and I have input display there, so I don't think that invalidates the run. Like, if it's non-turbo, that probably would, because... I mean, no, yeah, I have the input display, so you can see how I'm mashing, even when you can't hear the audio of the game. So even if it was non-turbo, you could see how I was mashing. I mean, it's unlikely to be PB anyway, but... yeah. Bro, what is that gold? Okay. Well, I was thinking the first encounter wasn't particularly... I mean, it wasn't a slow escape, but it wasn't, like, incredibly fast, but we did have the perfect line-up for Jesse skip. It wasn't an unbuffered Jesse skip, but, like, you know, I aligned with the bottom of the screen, like, very fast. But, like, there was no, like, hesitation, no, like... running down tabs. It was just like we ran to the bottom of the screen and his knees were like aligned, so it makes sense. I also wasn't using like the Kiwami auto fire during that flashback cutscene. I mean, by itself, the Kiwami auto fire doesn't lose time, but like combined with the brick on the other port interrupting some inputs, it does. So yeah, it was just straight up 15 Hz the whole time, and it was like perfect, like a line, like straight away for Jesse skip, buffer Jesse skip. Oh, but it golded, so that means if he golded after that happens, run score is just a smile. Who cares? I've had a 1308 here before. On my previous splits file, somehow. I don't know how I got 1308, that was like insane. Must have been insane. Now, I could, like, abstain from grabbing the hyper behind the bed to try and push for a 35 free exit. I don't think that's worth it, though. I think that's greedy. We had a 35 free exit yesterday, and it was still, like, we still ended up just getting fucked, so... Targ didn't use a Braver during the Dark Scorpion fight. Yeah, we should just grab the hyper. It'd be nice to get a 35 3x, but I don't know. A mid 35 4x isn't that much worse, to be honest. Okay. Now I definitely can't afford to. Wait. I'll probably still grab it, whatever. No fucking way. Fuck. I actually whiffed the guy next to the table, like sitting down. I can't remember the last time I did that. Yeah, it's all Eris's fault. It's true. Whatever, we go again. Nice goal. Well, I mean, the silver lining here is, if it did somehow shoot me in the foot, like that audio factor, which it shouldn't, it wouldn't. Nobody would care. But if somehow someone did care, like, it doesn't matter anymore. Different attempt. I mean, 22 2x is, like, pretty fucking good. But we already had that a few times starting this splits file. Yo, Midi, thank you. Yeah, also Husk, thank you. Yeah, balance my audio a bit more today. Let me know what you think. Added the noise suppressor back on and changed the sample rate of the capture audio. It's perfect, right? Thank you. No patient. Four or five reactor entrance. That's pretty good for a back attack. Yeah, I'm gonna start calling it that. If both the enemies get turns before you, like the community, like Final Fantasy community, speedrun community at large, we already call it a preemptive if you get a turn before the enemies do. So I'm gonna start calling it a back attack if they both get a turn before I do. Let's start that. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Nice crit, that might help actually. I mean, he's already pretty close to the limit, but if we get a Scorpion Tail and it's a particularly low rolling Scorpion Tail, that helps. Atari logo below Klaus' feet. I know that's a stretch, that's absolutely a stretch. More of a stretch than the beam I just made. It's not even the full Atari logo either, it's just like the first two. It's like the left and the right, there's no middle part. Fucking hell. Even the rifle might be okay here. We might not even need a scorpion tail. I mean, it'd have to be a high rolling rifle. Yeah. Yeah, we got back attacked by Garth Scorpions. Okay, that makes up for not getting the preemptive attack, plus 1 or 2 damage. Yeah, plus a damage or 2. Sounds so weird to say, but... all that gang up in Cloud and Garth Scorpion's not going to do anything. Cloud. Well, at least now, like, guaranteed, we probably only need to do one thing here. To get Cloud as limit. Better perhaps. Unless we need damage. Probably won't, because this big shot. Could have done an attack, but unless the attack somehow crit, an attack and a limit here. Sorry, an attack and a spell here would be enough. Not the pace I had earlier, but the silver lining here is that we have a balanced audio throughout the whole thing, as opposed to last time, where you briefly, oh, like at the start it was like too loud. I think we take it and see what happens, but it's probably too far for the ride that we got like that one. Yeah. We might not get the answer. That encounter was like pretty far to the right. And also like the movement to the potion felt slow, so probably not getting preemptive laps, but I'll play it out just to see what happens. Just for data. So in the sewers, we increment the step ID by 8 to get the step ID 48. here we're supposed to leave step ID 40, and we do a little bit of movement to get up to 48. I'm sure there are some setups out there that incremented by 6. Like, I'm dead sure there are some setups like that. But there's no, like, yeah, there's no way for me to guarantee that I have left on step ID 42. Oh, there's no way to know. And also, like, yeah, I'd have to try and, like working it in the background here. That'd kind of be a bit too awkward. I'm sure if I cared enough, I could just, like, come up with some bullshit here, but I don't really feel like it. I'll just reset if we don't get preemptive events. It's not a big deal. Yeah. It's not quite the run we had earlier either, so it doesn't really matter. We have to reset. Decent to the time of it, but that's fine. Actually, I think there was one time that Brother Slime raided me, and, like, you know, I'd, like, wasted, like, a lot of movement somewhere. I mean, the circumstance of this run is that I tried to walk in specific spots to, like, burn movement, so I didn't have to force the encounter for as long, if that makes sense. So I didn't have to do any, like, up and down inputs forcing the encounter. I was, like, walking, like, intermittently in certain spots to anticipate forcing the encounter. But the last time it happened, I, like, wasted a bunch of movement somewhere. And I think I just barely made it onto the pixel where I got the encounter there. Like, the spot I got the encounter there, I think I barely made it onto that pixel. I think it was near enough the same, and we got preemptive apps. Different circumstance. Like, the old circumstance was I wasted movement somewhere by accident. This circumstance is I wasted too much movement in anticipation of it. But I think it was roughly in the same spot that I got it there. So maybe we're fine. Got to run back. It's fine. I think that would be a silly thing to reset over. What's that, like a second or two? Like, we'd probably have to wait for that or an RGT anyway, so. I mean, sometimes I say that to myself and I end up missing an ITT by skip by like 2 seconds. I think most of the time when it happens, like when it did happen, there wasn't like an on-screen life support IDT. If I really want to hit a tight IDT, which is maybe like... Maybe we're slow by like a second or two, I can probably just like use the life support IDT. If that happens. Because yeah, most of the time I don't use the life support IDT for it. I like open the menu and check the IDT, but... Because my game plan is to typically 9 times out of 10 always open the menu to check the IDT, then like if I check the life support IDT for it, I can make up the fact that I just didn't run back just then. Yeah, I mean, also, yeah, we got first try Jesse skip. Like, sometimes if you get, like, a really bad reactor and you don't get first try Jesse skip, yeah, I'm like, yeah, fuck this, I'm just gonna reset, but... It was first try Jesse skip, so... Me doing that is still faster than second try Jesse skip. Especially when I had a decent menu there. It's not a crazy menu, but, like, you know, it's pretty clean. Yeah. I don't like cosmetically my run looking like I'm just like falling asleep at the wheel. It just, from a cosmetic standpoint, it just looks sloppy. Looks very amateurish, but it's fine. This game has IDT trains, so it's not too important. I mean, there are some, like, platformers that have the option select of, oh, well, we had to wait for a cycle anyway, so me hesitating there doesn't really matter, as long as we make the cycle. Well, that's not really an option select, that's just, like, objective. It's like, well, you're not losing time from it, because there's a cycle later on that you need to wait a bit for anyway. No, these are PB splits, despite the name. These are my actual PB splits. You can check my PB roll if you really want, but yeah. Had a very, very, very bad early game in my PB. But I just took it because I was determined. And it paid off. Oh, so I think it was like, you know, half full. Half full PM, like 14 counter, then counter like super slow. Like didn't let us get out of the counter a while, and but I just looked at the clock and I was like, there's no chance here. There's no time for me to reset, so just fucking take it and see what happens. Yeah, I mean I was using Sonic discs, which do save like almost 2 minutes. I'm not using that right now, I'm using a backup disc, but because I'm on the 90k. Like, relative to the old perception of sub 640, 637 is pretty much the new sub 640. But I mean, yeah, obviously I still made mistakes in it, and yeah, I still had to, like, not fuck up major parts where you can lose, like, up to 5 minutes easily, but... But yeah, I mean, the way I see it is people are getting sub 640s with stairs. So, like, me not using sonic discs, but doing elevator manip, that's pretty much, you know, it's basically the same. Like, I do elevator manip so I don't have to use sonic discs. Come on, come on. Is that another one? Okay, I'm good with the source apparently. But that is a faster split time than last time, so I'm gonna not reach out this time. I've lost like a second so far. That was a sloppy basket. You had to get a sub 2230 on non-turbo. I've never had a sub 2230 ever, I don't think. I've only ever had it with mashing. Granted, I never ran non-turbo with Sonic discs. Like when I was running non-turbo, I was using like Black Label. But still, like Sonic discs save time in the first 23 minutes, but not that much, you know. Non-turbo, I've never had a sub 2230. 35 for non-turbo is like fucking sick though. It's crazy time. Especially for starting out. Like, MC's probably like hating life if he gets a time like that, but like, he's literally going for a world record when he's running. I think my non-turbo PB gets like a 2242 or some shit. In fact, I have my non-turbo comparison here, just in case I randomly decide to, or yeah, just in case I wake up one day and I can randomly want to mash instead of boost turbo. I do have a comparison for it. I'm gonna wait here. It's 29. Oh, fucking hell, that's like almost a 23-minute split time. That's horrid. That is abysmal. Almost a 601 dressing room revisit. It was a 6-minute flat, but it was almost a 601, so that's pretty bad. You had to get a sub 2230 versus 35. Trying to figure out how you would even lose 5 to 10 seconds on a basic split area like that. Well, mashing is a huge part of this game. Like, I'm sorry to say, but like it is, like, especially in Walmart. Like, okay, Walmart is one of the like more prominent areas, but like, you know, that slow ass cutscene you need to watch in 7th Heaven, like the flashback, like, the mashing absolutely makes a difference there. And also, like, you know, doing like a clean Jesse skip, getting a good encounter escape, shit like that. Like, even some of the best mashers on speedrun, and if they're not used to FF7 and they just like, let's say like they practiced the shit out of Jesse skip and like forced the encounter and stuff, so they did that fast, and they're naturally fast mashers. If they don't know how they're supposed to like mash the text boxes, they'd probably lose like 5 seconds still. Like, even if they're like mashing to their heart's content, like if they're not mashing at like the perfect spots where you need to close the text boxes, then it's like, you know, it's not just like mash as fast as you can. It's like a very intensive kind of mash. You kind of like, you get used to, or at least when I was running non-turbo, you get used to which text boxes you need to pay more attention to, and like you anticipate having to like mash a certain way when that text box is coming up. Oh yeah, it is. Like, in some games it's not really that much of a skill, but in FF7, like, running while mashing fast, like, there's so many spots where you need to like anticipate buffering an input. Like, say there's a cutscene and then right after the text box closes, you're allowed to move, so you need to like buffer inputs. So like, you were mashing fast, and then you need to start anticipating and then start buffering while you're mashing, shit like that. And like, I think the biggest thing, well, maybe not the biggest thing, but this is a thing that people don't particularly talk about that much, is like on field screens, like hostile screens, where there's like step count and shit. Like, holding turbo while you're like approaching a ladder or shit like that. That can like really like save some movement. You can really like if you're mashing, you could make like a mashing mistake and end up like running past some shit and then like fall behind on steps. Like approaching certain things to grab. That's a pretty big thing. It's not a big thing it's not the biggest thing time-wise, but I think execution-wise, that's like probably the biggest thing. It's like, knowing how to mash well and in the correct way for certain text boxes, while starting to buffer the inputs when the text box closes. Shit like that. Yeah, the big thing people say is to learn how to double mash, or double front mash. I don't know how to do it, I've tried to do it, I've tried practicing it, I just don't. My brain just cannot understand it. I just cannot comprehend double front mash at all. Oh, like I can try it, but I'm losing time compared to if I was just like single front mashing. Like I've learned, I have done like the slidey thing before, but it still ends up being slower than like my single front mash. Yeah, but yeah, that major like factor that people point out for FF7 that doesn't really help you with like grabbing ladders and shit, like mashing while you're approaching a ladder, or some other thing that you need to climb up or down. And it's also like, you have to like remember which stuff you can just approach and grab automatically, as opposed to which stuff you can just like, which stuff that you have to hit confirm to interact with. In theory, like on Turbo, you can just like hold Turbo while you're approaching everything, and you don't even have to remember which stuff you can automatically interact with. Yeah, I could have went for a 22 3x there, but fuck it, who cares? And also, we're not guaranteed preemptive answer anyway. Yeah, you can't really, like, double front mash when you're approaching objects like that. But yeah, on Turbo, you still lose time, like turboing towards something as opposed to... Actually, no, you don't. Because you grab it automatically, so you don't lose time. The inputs are just, like, redundant. But, like, double front mashing, it's a good hit. It's a good hint, but it's, like, it doesn't really help when you're, like, on build screens and you want to, like, approach something, you know? It's also just, like, playing well while you have the fatigue of mashing is, like... It's pretty understated how difficult that is. Like, you know, obviously I don't run non-turbo actively, so maybe it's just because I'm not used to it, but, like... You know, I make so many more blunders when I'm running non-turbo. It's pretty insane. Uh-oh, that's bad. Same mistake I made yesterday. It's bad, fuck's sake. I shouldn't have released X while I was approaching Tifa there. I probably wasn't going to get it anyway. It's really annoying now. I need to be holding X when I interact with Tifa there. I can release X after the text box comes up, but I can't, like... I can't release X, like, before. Yeah, that's... Man, that's really annoying. Yeah, that's become the problem now. It's 2 days in a row I've had an attempt where I made that mistake. I mean, there's a chance I might not have made preemptive apps anyway because of that little caveat we talked about earlier, but still, it's not something I can just ignore. I need to, like, nip that in the bud. I don't know. Maybe load a state, like, before that screen, like 11 times the name below that. Just to drill it into me that I need to, like, be holding X there. We'll go again, but, I'm using the Sonics. Just so I can get into the game faster. Yeah, I'm just getting too complacent on that preemptive app setup. I'm too complacent on it. There's no reason for me to release X there. Like, absolutely no reason for me to be releasing X. Like, there's no need, because like we need to hold X again to run up and do the setup on Eris. I mean, you need to run up to Eris to interact with it anyway, but zero reason for me to release X. Like, what's the point? It's just taking it for granted that we're gonna get preemptive apps. It's too much complacency. Well, I believe so. So, L1 down. No, okay, yeah, no. For the preemptive app setup, I got like the, I think it's got an index finger, but like the ring finger. No, it's not ring finger. Yeah, the finger that's next to the thumb. I kind of like do it like that. And then when I bump into Tifa, don't bonk her. The bonk would, yeah, the bonk means like I released. I think when people talk about bonking for setups in this game, they're referring to like releasing X, or it does that like little down input. But no, I bump Tifa with this, and then I start holding L2 for turbo. But I'm not doing turbo. I do this, bump Tifa, and then while I'm still like next to Tifa, just start doing that. Yeah, I guess I had like a 2256 or like a 2257 in a wall market in my non-turbo view, which is pretty fucking bad. Yeah, because we're back on our Sonic's, the screen's gonna load in a bit sooner. Just messes up my movement sometimes, but there it was fine, apparently. Grapple glitch on my phone. That's not good. Can't be dealing with that. I don't have time to deal with that. Could have waited 3 weeks to show up, but it's in an hour. That's not good. Okay, it's gone now. Okay. I'm just gonna assume it was just a one-off scenario where I opened the phone and then there was like a weird flashing almost like radio circular blob in a top center part of the screen. It's hard to describe. But turn the screen off and back on, and it seems fine. What the fuck is this, man? Come on. Two bad escapes we've had so far. Two out of three. Nah, level 15. No, thank you. I'm good on that front. Yeah, that shit is really annoying. Sometimes they go... Yeah, sometimes they both get in front in that scenario. It's really stupid. Okay. Oh no, that's not a good roll. So, power attack for 39. Okay, that wouldn't help, so... Okay, 94 minus 39, that's 55, right? Yeah. Sorry, I'm missing 55 damage trying to go for the greedy attack with Cloud instead of Bolt. I was trying to get 2 preemptives in, we got neither. I got punished for it. Punished by 55 damage, but maybe it won't matter. I call it greedy, it's actually like, it's like a, you know, it's like a world record strat. Which, you know, a world record strat is greedy for someone at my level. It's greedy relative to the level player that I'm at. It makes sense as a world record strat, but for me it does count as greedy. That's pretty average. Yeah, I might decide to not do the menu perhaps. And 21 isn't like insanely high, but I mean it's not 20 either. Okay. Thanks for the useless crit, Barrett. Good job. Love that for you. Yeah, I mean you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? Yeah, starting out, you should definitely... Yeah, I'd say it's not worth doing that. Just do bolt and attack, and then buffer or DPS the limits in when you can. Like, you still want to DPS the limits in. Yeah, just... Unless you're like a chess grandmaster who's randomly decided to start running FF7, you should probably just stick to bolt and attack. I was getting some of those yesterday. I got 1 or 2 of those yesterday. Put this attack through. Nice miss, idiot. Oh, sub 10 escape. Let's go. Try to release it up a bit sooner in case we get held input. Yeah, I think I had like a 923, maybe, and even a 924 as well yesterday. Those do feel shitty, especially on non-turbo. You kind of make up for it on turbo, but like if you have to mash after getting like a mid 92x Guard Scorpion, it feels really shitty. It's like, oh, the pace sucks, but I still gotta mash good, otherwise the pace will be like even shit. Maybe even a higher 1103, that's good. Yeah, I remember checking for a potion drop and not seeing anything, but I'm still gonna check the board anyway. No potion drop. Yeah, this text box here you don't have to mash through. So if you're not already in the know, that's one less text box you have to worry about closing optimally. You still got to do the dialogue options, obviously, or the decisions. Still got to get out and confirm. The text box in between the first and second option is always scroll. You can close it, and it does close, but like you know, you still got to wait anyway. Yeah, they don't. You do, like, if you're running the game heavily, you do develop muscle memory, like, you just automatically do it, and like, it doesn't feel snappy, but you look back at it later and like, oh, that was really snappy, but... Yeah, never intentionally try to rush those dialogue options. Like, you probably see top runners, because they run the game pretty heavily, most of them. They'll probably just do, like, dialogue options, like, really fast. But, like, they're not telling themselves that, yeah, they're not really telling themselves, okay, I've got to do this dialogue option fast. They're probably talking to chat, or they're, like, just got an autopilot, and they just do it instinctively. But, like, generally, they don't feel snappy now. But you just take your time with them. They're not worth rushing. Save 5 frames, risk your whole run. Like, not worth it. Oh, that one is actually the worst. That one you can't rush. Like, I've tried autopilot and warm up before, and then I'll end up, like, you know, without even, not even intentionally, I'll just, like, do the down input and confirm. You'll hear the down input and the confirm, but it doesn't go down. That one you absolutely have to tell yourself, okay, like, even autopilot, I can't rush this. I have to take my time with this, otherwise I'm gonna hear the sound effects, but I'm not actually gonna get the energy drink. Oh, you're on about that one. I think of the one at the inn. The one at the inn, you gotta take your time with. Like, after you spend the 200 doing... Oh, sorry, after you decide to stay there. Yeah. The basket one... Yeah, those don't feel particularly that fast. I mean... You can skillfully, like, after you pick Soften Shimmers, or whatever the fuck it is... You can, like, time closing both of those text boxes early, if you're skilled enough, and brave enough, and bold enough. But it's super risky, like... I've done baskets before, and I do it, and I notice I close those text boxes after the 2 options, like, really fast. I'm like, oh, that works, and then I'll try it the next run, and then I'll close it, like, I'll hit confirm, like, too early. And then I don't end up getting the thing that we need, wherever it is. Yeah, I mean, there's a faster basket, which is a bit more risky. It saves like a second. But yeah, on top of that one, there's also, you can, like, try to close the 2 text boxes at the end that are, like, overlapping each other a bit sooner to save a little bit of time, but it's not worth it. It's not worth it at all, I don't think. So, I use a controller splitter that allows me to plug 2 different controllers into one port. Come on. On port 1, which is the port I'm using like over 75% of the time, I'm using a Brook Wingman converter. A rebound L2 to circle, and then I bind turbo to L2, which means I can't soft reset using this controller with this setup. But that's where the controller splitter comes in. I can just flick the switch and then soft reset on the Kiwami. I have the Fujirock Renzire, Kiwami Fujirock Renzire on the other port, which I use for auto fire and for soft resets. Not that I've noticed. Using, like, when I started using the control display, I didn't notice any extra delay. Now, with the Retrospy input display I use, might be a placebo, but I have noticed, like, extra delay from that. Like, I definitely fail CC skip, like, slightly more often. Like, the percentage rate of me failing CC skip has, like, increased since I started using the Retrospy. The Retrospy itself, like the input display, I definitely feel like that adds latency. Like, no doubt. But the splitter itself, I haven't noticed anything like that. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, most of them just, the D-pads are just too shit for FS7. Like, FS7 is just too, like, it's too intricate. Like, the movement's too tight. Like, step count is, like, there are some screens on the step count which are, like, pretty lenient, but, like, you gotta have a good D-pad. Like, you gotta have a good D-pad. So, like, that's the main reason. I mean, obviously, there are other reasons why people want to keep turbo and non-turbo split, but the main reason is people just don't want to use turbo controllers for this game, because the D-pad on them is just dog shit. That's the reason Dash made his, like, Dr. Masho. The turbo D-pads are just shit. They're just awful. Generally. I mean, I know Awesome Waves got through the whole game, like with the step route that I use. Full steps, full formations, complete the step route. But I mean, like, Awesome Waves is like a Kiwami master. Like, he's super good at the Kiwami. He's like an outlier. Like, the D-pad is just, it's just not good. Like, even outside of step counting, like, you can just fuck up your menus so easily. Ugh. Gotta make sure, like, oh, I'm just barely on pace for the goal time I want, so I gotta make sure I do this cursoring menu in a decent amount of time. Oh, what's that? I tried to go right, and I went down right and saw my cursoring. Great, that's awesome. Alright, run's dead, guys. See you next time. Like, that is the problem, and that's the reason I got the controller splitter. I'm not sure if they're in stock anymore, but I got mine from okay, I've had one before, but the second one I got from the Retrospy website at the same time as getting my input display. They also sell them in Etsy and some other site, I believe. Yeah, I feel like for JRPGs, like, most of the hate behind using turbo is just like onto the surface, a lot of it is just down to the fact that people just don't want to use the shitty D-pads. Like, that's not 100% what it is, but, like, I think for a large majority of people, like, that is, like, the underlying reasons. And I use a PS4 controller on my Wingman converter. The Wingman converter does support DualSense, and I do overall think the DualSense is a better controller than the DS4. But I think the DualSense isn't good for claw grip, which come on. Okay. Slow guard skip, but still knocked out of the park. Granted, the 2227 for a 913 Guard Scorpion Turbo is dog shit. Like, for 913, I should be really pushing, like, lower 22.2x, maybe even a 22.1x, but... Ignoring the fact we had a crazy fast split, like... 2227 is really good. Especially with how slow that guard skip was. Slow turbo there. But, you know, that argument I just made, at the same time, Sayo TV, when he runs non-turbo FFA, he uses the Kiwami, just because, like, the face buttons, just... He likes the D-pad for that game, and then, like, the face buttons are really, like, responsive. He runs FF8 non-turbo with the Kiwami. Like, he doesn't use it for turbo or anything, so obviously it's non-turbo. Like, it's not even the mashing aspect, he just likes the controller for that game. Like maybe he doesn't like the controller that much overall. Actually, I think he likes it for FF9 now. But like for FF8 specifically, like he really likes that controller. It really depends on the person. I think it also depends on the game, but like more so the person. Because, yeah, that is one good thing about the Kiwami. Even if you're not using turbo, you can mash fast on the Kiwami. Like, with the way you grip the Kiwami, and, like... It's like, I don't know... But, I mean, maybe this isn't true, but it kind of feels like, at least for my hands, the Kiwami has, like, the perfect balance between, like, chunky and, like, slim. So, like, it is a good controller for matching. Like, even if you're not using it for turbo. But yeah, the thing with FF8, like... Okay, I'm not an expert on FF8. But, like... I've ran the game enough to know that in FF8... I mean, sure, like, even in this game sometimes you'll be holding down the Kiwami and you get, like, a random diagonal. But, I mean, if you get used to the controller more, that shouldn't happen, but... FF8 has a lot of screens where you're just buffering a, like, fixed static direction, and there's no, like, there's no fluttering needed, there's no, like, random diagonals and parts of the screen. There are a lot of screens where it's literally just buffer this input. So, it kind of makes a bit more sense with FF8. Like, obviously, like, you still need to keep steps and shit. There is a beginner strat for catching up with steps on FF8, but if you're at world record level, you can't afford to do that. Like, there are screens that have some tight movement, but for the most part, like, most of the hostile screens, and most of just the screens in general, it's just hold up, hold right, hold up right, or, like, hold up and then hold left for, like, a quarter of a second at the end. It's like shit like that. So, like, it's less of an issue in FF8. I've done 8 runs in the past, yes. I ran it non-turbo and turbo. Come on, made the same mistake last time, fuck's sake. Don't whiff him. Okay, good. Don't whine in front of me. Another slow-ass bard skip. Bar skip. 405. 405. At least for turbo, 405 is not good. For turbo, 405 bar skip exit is really fucking bad, actually. Bard skip. Yeah, I've been sucking at this split for the last 2 days. Like, not just Wall Market, just like little small mistakes that I shouldn't be making in sewers before we fight apps, which end up just fucking whole run, basically. I'm getting really complacent on this split. This is one of the worst splits to get complacent on as well. This is absolutely one of the splits you should be locking in. And I'm just like taking it for granted, don't want to do stuff correctly. But yeah, that being said about like the field screens in FFA where it's just hold like one direction or whatever. That game, especially like Esther menu mainly, or namely, but even outside of Esther menu, like you still got to do like some really fast menus at that level in FF8. So like even with what I said in mine, like a 602 dressing room revisit, that is so fucking bad. That is actually atrocious. Still gotta like do menus fast in FFA. Like, there's no shops that accidentally sell anything. I mean, there are shops in FFA, actually. No, Esther menu. Before Esther menu, you do gotta do a shop. I think you have to sell something and buy a few things. But, like, it's such a small shop, especially compared to how big the Esther menu is. But yeah, as far as the route that I followed for FF8 when I was running that game, there's only, like, one shop you gotta do. Like, you don't really... No, okay, I'm fucking telling that porky now. That's actually bullshit. That is completely untrue. Okay, there's one shop you gotta do before getting on the train, like the Daling City train or whatever the fuck. There's a shop we do there. As far as I know, I can only think of 2 shops. Yeah, I'm talking absolute bullshit right now. I just thought of another shop, and there's probably more. There is probably more likely more. I can't think of them though. So you start the run, you fight the Finns, Lake Quistis if applicable, and then you get changed, and then fucking Warren William shows up, and then you go to Dollet. There's no shop there. You come back, you get Zelcard. Ronaldo shows up. Yeah, there's a menu you gotta do, like a timed menu, or, like... Wait, I mean, it's weird. It's like a cycle-based menu, let's call it. But that's not a shop menu. After Ronaldo, you get changed again, and then fucking... You leave, and then there's a shop you gotta do there, and then you get on the train. Get on the train, there's a fucking flashback. Flashback finishes, you're with the Owl Brothers, or whatever the fuck they're called. You do Renault skip, you get, like, there's a train minigame, or not minigame, there's like a train section you gotta do with some minigames in it. And then you fight Jiro, and then there's a whole lot of bullshit you gotta do with, or deal with. A whole lot of fucking... Ultimecia shit. And then you gotta cross over to a forest, and in that forest there's a flashback. You finish the flashback, you run to Galbadia? Or is Galbadia the name of it? Okay, whatever. There's another school you go to that's not your own school. Squirrel chimps the fuck out, and then you see Irvin for the first time, he's a fucking creep. And you get into the final city of this one. If you're optimal, you tracked the, wait, what the fuck are they called? I'll just call them poles. I think people just call them poles, you know, like poles that have the wire that like internet goes through or phone goes go through. If you're optimal, you count poles. If not, you get a car, or if you're brave, you go on foot. But you get a car, you go over to this cave, which has a note in it which tells you the password. But if you're optimal, you just track the poles and that gives you the result. And then you do that, you give them the password, you go into the mansion, you exit the mansion, there's a tutorial for the setup what they're planning to do to kill Altanisha. And then they go back. And then at some point you end up in the sewers, and then yeah, I need to remember the whole exit. Yeah, I like it. Wow, good job. You remember to hold X the whole time. How hard was that? Yeah, I think, as far as I can remember, for the route that I followed, there's only like 2 shops you gotta do. But, like, I'm pretty sure you sell stuff in both those shops, so you still gotta worry about not, like, selling the wrong thing. Fuck off. It's cooked. Well, at least if it does an extra wave and it actually hits Cloud, then, yeah, I'm gonna wait here. At least hit Cloud if you're gonna do an extra wave, please. Is this still a 4x? I don't think it is. No, it's not. Mingin. Well, I mean, yeah, for an extra wave, that's not a terrible split time. It's not great. It's definitely not great. Definitely not a great split time, but bearing in mind we had an extra wave, it's terrible. But yeah, just remove material, perhaps. It's not what doing what I do. I mean, if you're deciding to not remove material for apps, you gotta do it every run. Like, you should go in with the mindset of, I'm gonna do this every run. You do one or the other every run, and not like mix it up like the way I do, because then you're messing up your material consistency, and you're gonna have to like adapt to different material spots where otherwise they could have always been in an adaptive way. I need to like memorize 2 different paths of material, if that makes sense. Like 2 different forks of potential material positions. It's not worth dealing with. But yeah, I would strongly encourage someone picking this game up to just remove material before apps. If you're gonna remove material for apps, you may as well remove both, in my opinion. There are good counter arguments against that. Like, people have brought up good arguments for just removing one, and they are valid arguments. But personally, I am of the opinion that if you're gonna remove materia, if you're gonna remove Cloud's materia before apps to increase his strength stat, you may as well remove both. It can still low roll if you remove both. I have had it happen where I removed both the materia and it's still low rolled. That can happen. But like, if you remove both the materia, it drastically decreases the chance of that happening. Yeah, if you're gonna remove materia, remove both. Yeah, but yeah. I would say, like, someone starting out should, like, at least in the no sorts category, just remove both the material for apps. Like, don't care about, like, the little amount of time you sacrifice to do the menu. It's not worth worrying about. But if you absolutely have to decide to remove, or decide to skip that menu, like, if you really, really want those few seconds, like 5 seconds, maybe 3 seconds. Maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe it's like 3 seconds and not 5. But like, if you really want those few seconds and you don't want to do that menu, just do it every run. If you absolutely have to go on with the game plan of I'm not removing the material, just do that every run. Don't do what I do where I'm flip-floppy and like wish-washy about, okay, this attempt I'll remove it, and the next attempt I won't. Like, it's not worth having that mindset. You absolutely should just remove both every attempt, but if you have to not do that menu, then just you have to go on with the game plan of every attempt. I'm not going to remove material. I think towards the end of MC's last grind, like, I'm not sure what he's doing right now. I mean, he's playing Parasite Eve, but that doesn't mean he's quick with it. But I had noticed, like, towards the end of MC's last grind, like, he went into the grinds, like, always skipping that menu of removing the material, and then towards the end he was starting to be, like, adaptive with it about whether or not he was going to do it or not. I did notice, like, a few attempts he was like, I think I will remove material this time around. Like, he was starting to be adaptive with it, but even if it is a viable strategy, it's a well-record strategy. If it is, like, it's just not worth worrying about. It's not worth the headache. Like, you wanna, like, starting out, you wanna make things as consistent as possible. Like, as consistent as you possibly can. Like, yeah, that might make the run feel stale, and you might burn out on it sooner. That is a potential argument that people make, which would be applicable in, you know, that does apply to like platformer speedruns. But this is episode 7. This game is full of RNG. You're always going to have a different run. You're always going to have a different scenario. So you just got to remind yourself that you do get to play a different game each time, even if sometimes it doesn't feel like it. Yeah, I know, it absolutely did. And like, the IDT bullshit was just a nail in the coffin. Like, you've got a crazy pace, and the lifestyle IDT just like was offset for some fucking reason. Fuck's sake. Please land. Fuck you. Yeah, we're at free breakers now, I believe. Please land. Okay, never. Will I be chill? What do you mean chill? Am I not chill right now? I might be in a little edgelord again without realising it. Yo! Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, Freddy, thanks for the gift sub to MIDI players. I see what you mean by chill now. You meant like, would I be like, oh, don't give me subs. Keep the money for yourself. Don't need to give me subs. I don't stream for money. Did you... Oh yeah, you probably thought I was gonna go, like, down that whole fucking dialogue tree again. Normally I'd be opposed to gift subs, but considering I've got a trip planned at the moment, keep it coming. Keep it coming. Need all the money I can get. I'm just kidding. But no, I appreciate it, man. You're fine. You can gift subs right now. I won't get mad at you for gifting me subs, because, I mean... I don't want to e-beg for it, but like, I'm not going to turn it down, so yeah, I do have a trip planned. I mean, I don't know if we can really talk about this. Oh, you know what, fuck it. Nico posted it in his Discord, whatever. Yeah, Actually, I don't know. Like, in the FF community, I think it's pretty common knowledge where Breedle resides, but I think in the larger speedrun sphere, like, there are people who've never heard of Breedles, but... I mean, I don't know, the city's a big fucking place, like, it's as big as, like, towns grouped together, so fuck it, yeah. We're all going to Leeds, and we're gonna hang out in a B&B and fucking get to see Breedles. I mean... yeah, I don't know, that's a bit too deep of a topic, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of like too optimistic in like an insensitive way. I don't know. Yeah, that almost goes into like toxic positivity. So I don't know. That's all good. I mean, I don't know if I should be making that everyone's business either, so it's like, you know... But I mean, everyone knows I'm a total fucking gobshite, so I mean... Okay, this encounter is really fucking shit, but at least Cloud has a limit ready. Yeah, that was really fucking bad, actually. Holy shit. I'm gonna walk here. I was gonna not do elevator minute, but that encounter was so fucking bad, man. That was terrible. Can't afford to take stairs. I mean, yeah, it was good because it gave Cloud a limit, but it still sucks. Yeah, I really shouldn't be making that everyone's business either. That's on me, though. Okay, that glow at the end might have been a false flag. It might have been, I don't know. Yeah, there's like several layers of like acceptance and like acknowledgement that someone would have to go through in that situation. So it kind of makes me, I don't know. If someone going through that would like read something like that, like I don't know. I can't imagine like fucking like yeah. Yeah, we're doing a little strat here that the riddles taught me. Okay, there's no floor 36 as the second jump. So I think we just didn't make the group. 28, 36, 44. This might miss because it's cloud type. Yeah, I don't even know when my Twitch payment is. I don't even know when I get my Twitch payment. I just, like, it comes in when it comes in. I notice it coming sometimes. I'm like, oh, cool. Good to have the money, I guess. But it's not something I rely on month to month. It's not something I'm, like, you know, watching the clock tick down to the day so the money comes in. It's not something I'm relying on. I don't even keep track of when that payment is, to be honest. I mean, yeah, either way, like, whatever concessions I need to make, like, you know, I have enough of a cushion that, like, you know, I'd have it even, you know. Even if I spend my money like an idiot, I'd probably have like money left over, and then like, even if they pay me spend the month, like that would help me cash up in a way. I don't know. I'm typically pretty tight-fisted anyway, but like, as it stands now, I'm like one of the people who's paying like the least. Well, I have people who are paying like over 3 times as much as I am, like, just as startup costs. Twitch payments aren't something I typically think about. Twitch isn't my bread maker. I do make some decent money from it some months, but it's not something I push for. Or at least decent for, like, you know, my level of streaming. As dumb of a term as that sounds. Failed elevator minute. I think we just didn't need the group. I think there was a phantom glow at the end that like looked like a glow but wasn't. Oh, nice. Pre 39, 38, 38, 39, I can't remember. Yeah, that's all out again. Please high roll. Don't crit. High roll. Please high roll. No crit. Any high roll. I do an attack. Bounce roll and high enough that we can do an attack spell limit and it'll be enough. 19, okay. This is absolutely... I mean, you can get lucky, not move material for apps, and still get a high enough roll with a 19 attack here. But your chances are, like, drastically low. So, yeah, this is absolutely a remove material for apps kind of scenario. But lowest operating as well as 100, and you have 93 right now. Ooh. Damn, not even minus 6.9. Thanks for gifting me that sub for MTK, Geraldine. Appreciate that. Do enjoy his emotes. Also, MTK just defeats the people. Fuck Twitter. Yeah, I don't think I messed up pressing the button elevator. I think we just didn't even make the group. And if we did mess up pressing the button, I must have hit it like a frame late. Because, for the frame I was aiming for elevator minute, there was a frame right after. Like, I was aiming for the last possible frame with seeds. Okay, that might fuck things up. I was aiming for the last, like, or at least relative to the aim frame or the target frame, I was aiming for the last possible frame, and there's a frame right after that, which is also floor 17. So if we did make the group and I fucked it up, I must have pressed the button late. If not, we just didn't make the group. But exiting the elevator there was bad. Hopefully I didn't fuck up my fractions too much there, because otherwise probably left them stuck by the 42. There's no way to know. I was going to take stairs, but then the worm encounter was so fucking bad. Like, they gave me a limit on Cloud, which helps, but like they went a few turns after that as well. It was just such a bad encounter. Just like, fuck it, I can't afford to take stairs, so we did elevator minute, and we were unsuccessful. Yeah, small chance we don't get preemptive apps here, because messed up the second neutral, sorry, the second fraction neutral reset, leaving the elevator extend. I think we're probably alright, but just letting you know in advance there's a chance. People paying well over 3 times the amount, if you bear in mind, like, lights and shit we need to take, sorting out passports, all that stuff. like, exponentially higher than 3 times as much. Yeah, Twitch payouts aren't something I really think about. If I noticed them, and it's a good amount, I'm like, oh, that's cool, but like, it's not, you know, my livelihood isn't contingent on it. .556 mid. Come on. For fuck's sake. Walk of shame. But yeah, MIDI, this is my Kiwami. Flips the switch, I have like a switch on the splitter. That's what I'll talk to in a moment. Well, let's call it port A. Port... No. There's port 1 and 2, which is, you know, the only thing that most people need to think about. And let's call the subports A and B. We're on port 1B at the moment for the auto file. And I normally play on port 1A. I just need to remember that I can't use that terminology in literally any other chat. Because they'll just be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Port A and B? What? And you explain it, and you'll be like, oh, so you're cheating? Okay. That's cool to know. Weird flex that you cheat, but okay. So the Brook, the Brook adapters, they draw so much power that even when you're on port B, that you can still like do some inputs. The inputs will be interrupted, but like, say for example, this shouldn't interrupt my autofire here, but well, my Wingman converter is on digital mode, so the analog stick picks up as a D-pad. Oh look, if I hold right, you can see that there's a right input, but it's like flickering. Like, you can see like the D-pad's flickering. Like the Brook draws so much power, you can still use it when you switch to the other port, but the inputs will be like interrupted. Because it's not actually supposed to be picking up, but it does, just because the Brook draws so much power. It's weird. Yeah, you need to manually switch it. You can't, like, use both at the same time. I'm sure it's theoretically possible to make something like that. And I'm sure there are third-party controllers of PlayStation that do that already, but the split that I use, you gotta flick a switch if you wanna switch the controller. You can't, like, use both at the same time. So there is a skill ceiling in regards to using it. It's not drastic, but, you know, it's not just, oh, your life is just made 100% easier, like, the quality of life just improves. It's not, like, there's no potential ramifications. Like, you gotta be locked into the process. That makes no fucking sense, locked into the process, but whatever, let's just say that. You're fucking kidding me. Oh my god. When I'm using autofire, yeah. Again, no way. No way. Wow. This is even slower than in my PB. With a 912 as well. Oh, it's not slower than my PB. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, I mean, technically it does, because while you're doing the gas skip, your fractions are being incremented. But as far as all the other step count variables, like, nothing. We'll play 2 apps. We'll play 2 apps. I'm still ahead of my PB at the moment, but... We'll play 2 amps. If it's not a 35, I'll just call it for the day, I think. Yeah, as far as humans, as far as humans are involved, guard skip does nothing in regards to step count. None of the variables that are relevant, or at least immediately relevant, are affected by that at all. For PC, it doesn't, like, even, like, on a very technical level, it doesn't affect it at all, because the moment you enter the next screen from the guard skip, your fractions get set back to 0. So on PC, it absolutely makes no difference, like, whatsoever. But even on PSX, as far as humans are concerned, like, it doesn't interact or interfere with it in any way. But yeah, on my Kiwami, which is what I use the auto-fire on, the turbo is through like, the actual controller. But through the Wingman converter, which is what I'm using the majority of the time, it's the adapter itself that does the turbo. You rebind L2 or whatever input you want to use for turbo. That was slow. Yeah, whatever input you want to use for turbo, you rebind that to circle. In my case, that's L2, and then you bind turbo to L2 through the adapter. Okay, we're at a slow in entrance, so maybe this will be fast, hopefully. Okay, yeah. Good. Yeah, if I get a 36, even if we're ahead of PB, I'll call it for today, I reckon. Almost whipped it then. Same as the first attempt of the day. Would have been. Okay, that was a 403 exit. The rest of the attempts today have been 405s, but that was a 403. Okay, good. Still almost 10 seconds ahead of my non-turbo peak. Whatever. All 46 entrants into here. Pretty good. Setting up turbo on dock station used to be free. I mean, it's not particularly that hard, but like you do. Like the process for getting turbo set up is a bit more involved now. I think auto-fire is an option now on dock station at least, but like the process of setting up turbo on dock station used to be like super free. Very obvious. Yeah, while the brick draws so much power that even on port 1B, it will still pick up inputs, even if they're even if the inputs are being obstructed or interfered with. But on port 1A, like you can't use the Kiwami. It doesn't, because the Kiwami is like fundamentally, a Kiwami picks up as a DualShock 2, and it's an official controller, like part of the PlayStation. It is, at its core, it is fundamentally a DualShock 2. So it just draws the usual amount of power. So you can't use that while you're on port 1A. Assuming that your Brook is on port 1A. But you can use the controller that's on port 1A when the things switch to port 1B. In the context of using a Brook adapter with a OEM controller on the other end. Or vice versa if you decide to have your Brook controller on port 1B for whatever reason. You know what, that doesn't actually sound like a terrible idea. That's actually... Yeah, no, that actually is... That's a good idea. That's a good idea, definitely. You can't... I don't think you can do that on the Brook, though. I don't think you can do that on the older PS2 adapter of the Brook or the Wingman converter. I don't think you can use the middle button. But that actually isn't a bad shout. I mean, yeah, especially for just using it for practice, then it definitely doesn't matter. Then you definitely can't, like, accidentally press something next to it in the maths. Because it won't matter, because you literally have save states. These are things that some American friends know me for liking. Well, this is like Carney's Crisp. This is his favourite, like... Well, it's not a potato snack, but this is his favourite, like... crisp-like snack. Transformer snack. You can make, like, cars and shit, but I just eat them. It's like rings and, like... frame. It's like the shape of, like, a... the frame of, like, a, rocket car, and it's, like, wheels and shit. I think they used to be owned by the food brand Tato, but they're now owned by Golden Wonder. Okay, cool. 859 desk corner, maybe even an 858. If it weren't for the guard skip fucking up, or me fucking up guard skip twice, probably grab the hype here and remove the material, because we rolled a 19 attack during the tail-laser phase of guard skip. Kinda need to skip both grabbing the hype and doing any menu beforehand to get 35. Yeah, so... I think you need to switch to a dock station. You've been using RetroArch and it's just not cutting it anymore. Really? Okay, I really hate... like... well, how do I word this? I really hate how much the RetroArch devs shafted Stenzek, or whatever his name is. Like, they just, like, took a source code and just called it Swan Station, and, like, had it as a call. Oh, it used to be called Dock Station, but now it's called Swan Station. But they just took his code and put it on there. It's pretty scummy. It's really scummy, but if we're just talking about the positive parts of RetroArch, it feels amazing. Like, if you're using the Swarm Station core in RetroArch, and you have like your input set up properly, and you've got like the right settings on. Yeah, Transformer Sex and Space Raiders are crazy. Don't know what it is. But no, I would say, like, with the right settings on a Retro Swarm, we used to call it Retro Dark, but let's just call it Retro Swarm. Honestly, it feels just as good as CRT. Or at least, it feels as good as CRT using a Retro Spy. Like, if you're under the assumption on using a Retro Spy for input display while using CRT, I would say Retro Swarm with the correct settings feels just as good as CRT, like no cap. And like, because this game's so long, like just being able to just easily switch between like all those save states, because like yeah, most emulators you can easily switch between. Okay, I will take that. That makes up for that fucking gasket. Not quite, but I mean it makes some of it back. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it feels as good as CRT. And you have all those save states, you have like 1,000 save states. Which, for how long this game is and how many parts of the game there is, like that's so helpful. You just easily switch between all of them. Don't get good, just get lucky. Who cares if you whiffed guard skip twice and had to split the screen like 2 times? What is this? Your mum? I'm sorry, that was inappropriate. No, this is a game by Japanese people for Western people. In Japan, FF10 is heavily considered to be a better game than FF7. I mean, obviously there is a huge fan base for it in Japan, but I mean, at its core, like, it was geared towards, like, a Western audience. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Let's not be too unhinged here. Just pedal it back just a little bit. Thanks. Yeah, that's a woe body from me, Freddy. The RetroArch devs are very scummy people, but under the right conditions with very specific config, it is really good. That's what I used to practice the game. Dark Station 3 RetroArch. It just feels so good. And if I'm a bigot because I use it, then so be it. But yeah, Dark Station is leaps and bounds easier to set up than RetroArch. Absolutely. Like, if you're not used to RetroArch, and like, you don't mind like a couple of frames extra latency, then I'd suggest Dark Station, just for ease of access. It's just so easy to set up. It's just, like, compared to back in the day when I first discovered EPSXE and I was trying to, like, I spent like 5 hours trying to, like, put that together in a way that I could actually get through PS1 games without problems. Like, compared to that, like, Dark Station is just so free to set up. But, like, if you're used to RetroArch, know your way around RetroArch, then it's like, it's just, nothing's like comparable to it. I mean, obviously, playing locally with memory card save states for specific things is like, even then, I don't know. Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that PS2 loads were different to RetroArch 1, I would say, like, just, it's better for every aspect of practice, like using RetroArch 1 over PS2 and saves, even if you have a memory card pro. But because PS2 loads are different, like, you still gotta practice some stuff with an actual PS2. But yeah, load time discrepancy aside, which is a thing that's present on regular DockStation as well. It's probably, I don't know. It's probably an unhinged take, but it's probably the best way to play PSX FM7 if you don't have a CRT. Like CRT without input display, just how good the game looks, how good it feels, how good the motion is, it's just insane. But I mean, you can hook up RetroArch to a CRT in theory anyway. If you ignore the fact that, relative to the settings that people use to speed on FF7 on RetroArch, the settings that they tell you to use, they are slower than PS2. Please. I just want to say, if that third one got in, that would have been fucking stupid, man. It would have been bonkers. Yeah, RetroArch, as good as it is when it works, it is very temperamental. It can randomly just collapse. And even if you try to reinstall it, like, it just refuses to cooperate with your PC. Like, Dilwinger had to deal with that, because RetroArch randomly not working on his machine, even after reinstalling it. He still... It was working perfectly, and then it just suddenly didn't work on his PC anymore. Like, RetroArch can be temperamental in that regard. Like, I'm not going to deny that. It can just, like, suddenly just be a piece of shit on your PC. It is very much a possibility. But as far as when it works, and when you've had it configured properly, the correct configuration is... It's an insane way to play this game. But yeah, the thing with PS1 games is, no emulator is perfect for each game. Like, each game has a PS1 emulator that works better for that game. Like, yeah, there does exist a PS1 emulator that has the best balance of, like, compatibility between each game. And that is probably DockStation. Like, DockStation / RetroSwan is probably the most balanced in terms of, like, how it is across the board, across all games. It probably is the most balanced. But, like, even still, for certain specific games, there are PS1 emulators that just work better with it. I have, like, loads of PS1 emulators on my PC for that reason. I was about to say there's no one shoe fits all. I mean, DockStation is a shoe that fits all, but there are shoes that fit a certain game even better than how they would in DockStation. Yeah, I think for 2D PS1 games, generally, like, BizHawk is considered the best way to play them. the Crash series, Mednafen is. Like, you know, I was skeptical about that at first. Like, why wouldn't Dock Station just be better? But, like, you compare how Crash games play in Mednafen, you compare that to how they run on PS2, and it's just like, no, this is just... This just makes sense. Crash games are just so much better on Mednafen than on any other emulator. It's insane. And, like, Dock Station is better for your JRPGs. Yeah, it's obviously much more nuanced than how I'm explaining it, but yeah. Red Shark, when it works, is just so good. What was I going to do? Okay, I was going to compare to my real summer best. That was 0.6 of a second off of my real goal. Which, of course, my real goal also had 300 VAP, so it'd be impossible otherwise for a human. Maybe even for a bot. Oh yeah, maybe even for Tass. Wait, no, not for Tass. But for a human, like, it's impossible to get better than that, I think. Without crit rate repeating the VAPs. .6 of a second off my real goal. What's the segment time though? I'm curious. $12:59.972. Okay, yeah, still a sub 13, which is insane. I think it's very possible that Spyro is also better on Mednafen compared to Dock Station / Red Shark, but I've never tried it, so I can't say for sure. I think people used to consider PSX Gen to be the one that supports the Resident Evil engine the best, but then DockStation came along. And before DockStation, PSX Spin was the best forever. Okay, so my gil route in my save states gets 559 gil, and at the end of the grunts fight in this run we had 559 gil. However, we have an extra tranquilizer, which sells for exactly 50, so we can buy an extra potion. That's pretty far down. Unless we decide to keep the tranquilizer, which I don't really want to do, because then it'll be in an awkward spot. We have to remove material here, because I put restore and cover over cloud. I should have just replaced the ice material with restore and left lightning on, to be honest, because we already had like 3 Ravers stocked from the Reno fight. And now we have 5 stocked, which is insane for this point in the game. It's pretty overkill, because I think you're almost guaranteed, not quite, but almost guaranteed at least 3 Bravers from the J-Buff fight. And sometimes like 5, so it's pretty fucking overkill that we have 5 already, but so I didn't even need to put cover on cloud, really. So I could have just replaced ice with restore and left all the lightning material on, but here we are, so yeah. We're going to be doing the menu for mobile, like we're supposed to. I think this is already perfect. Varus is next, it's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect. This game is so shit, man. I'm kidding. That's just fucking annoying, really. Don't even think... Okay, you know, there's pretty much no point in using the Slimmer now. Yeah, there is no point. Who raining grenades are gonna kill? Oh, at least Barrett's guaranteed to have a big short, but he normally is anyway. Like 95 times out of 100, he's gonna have a big short in time. So, so dumb, man. Got down a pace placement. That's sick. It's awesome, man. Love that. Yeah, I don't think this is even going to be a something high. Saved 3 seconds on that split compared to my PB. Just over 3 seconds, but it was a shit split my PB and we're running against a goal here. My PB had a goal here. Are you fucking kidding me? Whatever, if he kills me, he kills me. Okay, we're fine now. We have 6 Bravers, so there's absolutely no point in doing the Braver strat available. Could hope for a double arm attack, but I mean, there's no point, so we don't need to do it. Yeah, I can't really complain about RNG too much. We did have that crit braver. I've got to remember that. Okay, Bolt's going to be a different spot here. That menu incorrect one. At least I'm more than I can. Limits, haha. Who cares? Doesn't make up for this shit base, but yeah, if we did have that crit braver, preemptive apps. We had the crit braver apps, so it's like I'm not really entitled to complain about the RNG, really. I don't have a right to. I mean, I'm able to, but I shouldn't. Sit here and complain, but I had that crit braver preemptive apps, so. I guess latest. The early game was insane on my latest run, apparently. So Cloud rolling high, but I did a defender instead of a grenade, so we're missing a grenade's worth of damage anyway, so... So far we're net +5, sorry, net +4 on the damage that we need to do, bolt-wise, if we exclude the grenade factor. We had 2-5, that was +6, and then we had a 2-2-2, so that takes to +4 overall. +6 again. Yeah, I'll just put this bolt through, and it doesn't really matter. We don't need to swap the ice because we're missing a grenade's worth of damage anyway. Might need to finish with the limit kill. Keep the limit kill. So that's 15. 15. We'll even at 26 again. Fuck me. Yeah, this is basically the same run as yesterday now. Thank you for the follow. Oh, Eco, thank you for the raid, man. Okay, I messed up my world map movement there, so it might be a second encounter even. Provided we don't get a second encounter here, this is basically the same run as yesterday now. The same run that got out Midgar anyway. 3310. Except yesterday we got first try bio, which we're probably not going to get again. 07 or 13. We're not going to hit 07, sadly. Oh 07. Okay, I could have maybe done it, but it would have been too risky. Yeah, I hope your stream was fun, although you're playing Lord of the Rings again. Yo, Pampa, sorry. Ah. As long as we have a better J buff than yesterday. Yesterday's J buff was so fucking bad. What are you doing, man? This should work. If not, then I'll eat my hat. Okay, we'll move it to the spot. Pure gaming. Been making nothing but mistakes. Thank you for the good luck, Zero John. Fuck's sake, it's a very early encounter. There's probably going to be 3 encounters. And we need to potion Cloud and Barret, which is fine. We got 2 tranquilizer drops, and we can sell those for 2 extra potions. Yeah, we made it through. It just feels shady to hit the exact same IGT as yesterday, and then have the rest of it be like a worse scenario. But I mean, as long as the J buff isn't as bad as yesterday's. Yesterday's J buff was so bad. Good escape. Right, please don't give me another one. Yeah, 2 tranquilizer drops. I'm gonna sell them so the tranquilizers aren't in an awkward spot later. You know we need to buy more. It's to do with the position. The inventory. No, you got fucked by She-Lion. She-Lion. You got screwed over by Sea-Lion, so you backed up with some runes. Very nice. Well, it sucks that F9 was a piece of shit, but... That guy Joe UK is doing the weakest link. Isn't that something? Come on. Okay, we only need to put 1 level 3 in. a sub 140 kill, low and split. Maybe it will be if the kill count counts as its damage being 0. Yeah, not even. Rubbish. What is this? Pace post from the 7 of 8. Yeah, okay. Getting on the boat today at least. I mean, we made it onto the boat yesterday. J-Buff was a piece of shit. It's fine. We also didn't get Stone Minute before Stealer this time around like we did yesterday, but if we can just get like an average or slightly above average J-Buff, it's still like at least 5 seconds faster than yesterday's J-Buff. It's pretty good that I'm getting consistent low 140s and 139s. I mean, that should be the expectation, really. But, when I was grinding for PB, I was still getting, like, you know, the odd 142, 141s. And then, like, the low 140s and 139s, I was, like, loving life. I mean, now when I get a 140, even if it's a low 140, it feels shit, but it's just food for thought. Like, 140s and 139s were a special occasion, even when I was grinding for my PB, even before I got my PB, but look at my second fastest run, for example. It should absolutely be the expectation to get that I get like a sub 140 bomb as well every time now. It should probably be the expectation, but my consistency is at least a lot better than it was when I was pushing for PB. It happened, Shrug. Missed on the last FC line, fucking sucks. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, this comparison is kind of misleading because there's like a crazy carry armor split in it, so I'll just stick to these for now. We're doing overall bad, but ahead of our old averages before I reset this split spot, so it's good enough. I don't think I'm that far behind PB. I am by a little bit, but my PB also didn't get a sub 2 J-Buff. But then we stole the right arm, so it's basically equivalent to a sub 2 J-Buff after that. Get out slow, but we got up there in one try, which is the important thing. One attempt, even if it was a slow setup.
Don't know what the fuck happened there, but that's fine, I guess. Just don't mess up the menu before J-Buff. And if I do, then 07. Just missed out on the 133.07 purge preempt. Leaving the bench. 07 to that 07. Could have been 6 seconds faster. A 140.14 is still shit. However you slice it. well, it's shit for what I'm trying to get. So let's check. 153. I have like the text document for it here. But there is one at 11, but you got a menu at the wrong rotation. It's a 208, which is fast, but Corn hasn't put it on the sheet, so I guess it's a particularly tight minute, which makes sense for a 208 one. Oh, the 107 was 275 frames, and the one we went for was 326 frames. So basically, assuming this frame thing, actually no, this frame thing has like odd numbers, so I'm assuming that it's going by 30 FPS, 30 FPS world map. So the difference is 51. So that's like just under 2 seconds faster. So not only was the IDT 6 seconds sooner, but it was also like just under 2 seconds faster. Shooting 30 FPS. Yo, Musky, thank you. So we actually lost more like 8 seconds, but I mean, a 140-12 is still not great anyway. I still wouldn't be happy about it even if we hit it, so. I need to buy one Hyper instead here, because we got the Ethers instead of the Gil. Nice. We got the blessed dog interaction there. It's the second time I've had that, like, ever. I didn't even know you could do that until recently. But yeah, there's a chance, especially if you're on Turbo, that you interact with that dog on the pedestal there, as you're interacting with the other guy. I don't know how, because you're literally facing away from him, but like, it's fucking FF7, so. Yeah, the run's blessed. We got to pet the dog from, like, through the wall. Pet the dog through the wall. That's how you know it's meant to be. Yeah, I just need to remember to sell the Ethers later. Otherwise we won't be able to get into Gold Saucer. I'll waste in a minute or so. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Actually, I don't even need to do what I'm doing right now. Just wait until the end and got the 30 bonus. But at least now I don't need to do it. Don't have to do it anymore. Yo, Expanse. Yeah, they make tracking the waterfall glows easier. That's the only reason I have them, really. I mean, it does look kinda cool with, like, the zoom on the left-hand side. It looks kinda cool at some spots, but other times it's kinda like seizure-inducing. I mean, it's like that with other scanlines anyway. It just makes tracking the waterfall glows easier on my capture setup for whatever reason. I'll just play without them. I'm too tilted for, like, how good they look to even be something that crosses my mind. I'm not sitting here being like, oh, like, I missed sub 140 bottom as well, but like 21 seconds. But hey, at least the game looks good. I mean, it looks pretty good anyway, but... Oh my god. Even against my old averages, this is bad. As we all know, you don't stream it, you don't do the runs. So as far as Twitch is concerned, we're on for PB here, despite the fact that we're running against a crazy carry-on on these splits, Smilers. Didn't stream it, not even speedrun, bro. Back it up. Grab Harrison. Don't even need to wait for it to turn around either. You dig it? We need to put Shiva on Cloud because his max HP is above 370. Raven number 7. Yeah, that's right. 7. Okay. First we got the crit Raven apps, and I was like, okay, that's insane. And crit Braver on J-Buff is already incredibly rare, but in the same run as I've had crit Braver on apps, what the fuck? This isn't the first time I've ever seen this, but every other time I've had it, I've, like, skipped the previous split, which, you know, it would still technically be a gold, but I was too lazy to transfer it. But this is the first gold, or at least the first gold that's actually going to show up as a golden ice split I've had that happen on. Yeah, this run is basically, like, cheered at this point. Yay, let's get a gold split that we can't ever match. But man, that's fucking insane. Probably not even a sub 2 still in. How is that not? How is this not a gold? What the fuck? Could be a gold in this one's file, but... It is, it's just barely. Fucking hell, how insane was my J-buff split in PB? Like, what the fuck? I only save 8 seconds. That's nice though. Fucking hell. The pace is decent now. It's not good, but it's decent now. But if there ever was a run in the past that had both Crit Braver on apps and J-buff, this is probably the worst one that's happened to. Actually, okay, quality-wise, yeah, but I'm sure people have had that happen on, like, you know, pre-calm skip, CC skip, guard skip. I'm sure, like, with all the history this game's had and how many people have ran it, I'm sure, like, before these massive skips got found, someone has had, like, both a crit Braver on both apps and J-buff. I'm sure that's happened. But this is probably the most shameless run that's had both. Like, having both is already, like, insane. That is, like, I may as well just go out and buy a lottery ticket. But this is probably the most shameless run that's had that, like, ever. In terms of quality. But it's good that we're close to PB now. Of course. Double right arm? Okay, no. Like, people would call out foul play at that point. Like, one right arm, they'd be like, okay, what the fuck, this is ridiculous. But I mean, I guess it's not a crime to get lucky, but if they saw, like, if I suddenly got two, it'd be like, okay, that's something fishy good. That'd just be ridiculous. I'm gonna full go healing here. Because, like, obviously, the average HP of my party members is higher because we had that crit Braver. So I'm gonna try to full go the healing here. The moment someone gets knocked into crit HP, I am gonna heal them. Okay, good fractions. good fractions, so just hold up here. Yeah, I didn't think I'd ever say this, like, ever. I couldn't imagine this ever being the case, but this is definitely the first one I've ever had both. I've had a couple that have had the... I've had several that have had the quick rerun apps, and a couple before this point that have been a quick rerun J-Buff, but this is definitely the first one I've had that's had both. That's insane. So basically, whatever lock I get for the rest of the run, I'm not allowed to complain about. However bullshit it might feel, it's like, well, you can't complain, you've had both of those. It's like... I said I was gonna heal when I'll get knocked into the crit. But I mean, Tranquilizer, I mean, keep from bed both have Tranquilizer on them. Okay, never mind, we've still got some birds to come. Still got some birds to come, and it still rolled pretty... Like, that damage on red was still quite a lot. That amount of damage would have killed people, it was on people. Please don't say on the wall. Steps are better than last attempts that up to this point. What am I doing against latest run? Okay, that's medium. Should be enough, right? Might have on the warp there, actually. Gotta sell the ethos, yeah. Probably won't be able to buy the 10 at Rocket Town, but that's fine by me. Yeah, it's only a few extra seconds to poke the IDT. And there's no chance we're going to be ahead after dying, even if we get a crazy difficult fight, because... but combined with a good previous field. Because we're on its right on.
I think... But
We're lucky, even with poking the IDT, we'll be under a minute behind, which is fine. We're having like a minute of time save with Palmer-ish. Actually, let me check. "51 seconds to save a Palmer." And I haven't even hit like a crazy Palmer gold in this sports volume. If we can stay around like 51 seconds behind by the end of dying, then we're golden. Come on. Even if I don't poke the IDT, like, probably still gonna be about a minute behind. Just poke the IDT anyway. Sure, even if I get a crazy Palmer split, it's not gonna make the difference between me being ahead or behind. I highly doubt that. Just poke the IDT to be safe. Oh, so it felt like I started my timer like slightly late, like my life split. I started life split slightly late, so the IDT timer might not be synced up for that reason. Just put the IDT, it's not a big deal. Yeah, we're like 40 seconds faster than yesterday. Yesterday it was like 2:21:15-ish when it came to marking the IDT, so I'm gonna do like 2:20. Shall I? I'll do like 2:20:53, which I predict it's gonna be like 2:20:53-ish. Could be way off here. And mark on release into the press. These are my best pace times, by the way, don't worry about it. These are my real split times, and I'm just gonna add to this. I'm curious about something. Yeah, you know what? This is a whatever pace. I'll probably try it if Cloud gets first AGB. And if it doesn't work, then we might lose like 30 seconds, but who cares? Yeah, we lost 4 seconds there from poking it, not a big deal. Or 4 IDT seconds, maybe just under 5 RTA, who knows. Probably still just over 4 seconds RTA. There's no point using a Molotov to get that Molotov back. That would be brain dead, wouldn't it? That would not be smart in the slightest. No, you can't have my molly. I'm gonna kill you to get it back. Like, man, that's like 3 attempts in a row have gotten to this point where the thief took a turn. It's really annoying, actually. Oh, I can't do what I was thinking of. Cloud doesn't have a limit ready. Oh, wait. Quiet, cross slash already. I'm surprised we don't, actually. With that crit ray run ray buff. Okay, I guess I have to use it at the beach box. It's fine. Yeah, we still haven't had a right arm on the splits file yet. Which means unless we get countered, the best possible time should be sub 640 still. I'm gonna be a minute, like over a minute behind here, but that's fine. Yeah, that deathcore fight, aside from the fact that it was like second or third fight minute, like the start of it was good, but that thief encounter definitely left a mark. More inventory wise, so fuck that model, like you need to, like time wise, it definitely sucks. And like that's like the third attempt in a row I've had up to this point where the thief took a turn. But again, yeah, had the crit rate on abs and gave up, so oh, fuck off. How we do now? Over a minute behind, but if we can get a good MK and Palmer, then we can, you know, be not far off. Granted, my PB gets an insane reversal to Temple. But yeah, it's close enough. It's not too promising, but it's not terrible either. It's just fine. Keeps running play obscure, very nice. Never mind, this run's fucking terrible now. It's like 10-second time or some shit. probably about as much time loss as that counter that Dine just had, or did. The counter that Dine just did. This one's fucking shit now. I mean, it was already pretty bad, but now it's just, ugh. At least pretends to give a fuck about the run, you know? If we don't save for CC skip, then the time we just lost is... oh, whatever. Saving for CC skip costs more time than that mistake. I saved for CC skip last time, even though it was a worse run than this. So, I mean... How am I doing against... Okay, so we lost 13 seconds to my... Sorry, we lost 20 seconds to my real gold. Lost 20 seconds to my real gold, but... Saved 6 seconds compared to PB. Okay. Guess it's not the end of the world then, huh? We are running against the gold here, though. But that's kind of offset by the fact that we have like 50 plus seconds to save a bomb. I don't even know. I think Cloud. Yeah, Cloud is going to slash. I'm gonna put an attack in there. It's a bit risky. Should really defend here instead, but. I felt like I underwarped that slightly, but we haven't gotten into an encounter. So. Okay. Didn't put Byron Cloud. Yeah, I am worried that I'm lacking on late endgame experience at the moment, but I can always do like a disc 2/3 run if it comes down to it at some point. Didn't put Byron on Cloud. Therefore, we couldn't. Therefore, I couldn't do with Lucky 7's exploit. Both. Oh, got critical failure on both apps and Genova Birth. Got critical bravery on both apps, and I was supposed to copy the split name. Oh, go away, George Key. Don't want to see more details. George Key end task. Well, critical bravery on both apps and Genova Birth. That same run. But of February. Oh nice, Waves is streaming Red Dead Redemption 2 in his Discord. It's one of my favourite games. One of my all-time favourites. Yeah, that's disappointing. That's a very disappointing way to lose the run, but it's what it is. He has a lot of views on the moment. But I was gonna raid him, so I'm still gonna raid him. Send you over there. Thanks again for the huge raid, Nico. Yeah. Shame the run ended how it ended, but just how it be sometimes. Wish Joe luck with the weakest link. Yeah, I am the weakest menuer. Goodbye.